Hello. It is time. Okay. What have I got? So I think probably yeah, I'm trying to get all the roads in, right? So I need to get the terrain looking good for this road. Before I actually continue though, I want to see what the mesh looks like. Should help me judge if I've made any mistakes somewhere. Something weird like this. So this immediately looks not correct to me. What was that? Okay. Okay, so maybe I should give it like a meter or 5. $3 on the straight, and then like the handle out needs to be longer for sure. Well, I guess I can actually take that. Just take that off and just do the handle out. Okay. That's good. I'm thinking I want to have a point in between here. Where is this? Yeah, so give me a point in here. A meter. And basically, I want this to be a lower part right about here. Like that. And this one. Okay. This spot looks strange. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay. This spot. And yeah, I'm gonna need a piece between here. Right here. And then it should be kind of like this. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna drop all these like straight pieces. That's kind of that's probably messing with it a little bit. This one I think needs a straight piece just so I can have it correct. And I think this one also needs a straight piece. Though it probably shouldn't. If I really think about it, it probably should not. Yeah, the straight pieces, I should only be using that if I need it to connect very precisely to something. If it's not, then there's no reason for it. Like here, I'd want a straight piece so I can snap it to an intersection. But if there's no intersection, it's just the road turning. Nothing. And this one apparently doesn't have any... I was going to say it doesn't have any handles. These handles should probably be like this. This looks weird. What does that look like this? Handle out is 0. That's probably why it looks weird. And this does have a curve, but it's definitely not enough. Okay, I think that's better. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through... Well, first, I think I can go and hide. Or not hide. I'm going to... Yes, yeah. I'm going to hide the road. So I'm going to call this... What do I call this road? I should give it a name, right? A real name like these ones have. I've been doing... I think what I did was I searched up, like, names starting with letters for the other ones. For the town. I think I've mentioned before. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. I skipped J. And I skipped L. Oh, I also skipped M and N. Why did I skip M and N? I did not. I have L right here. I don't have J. Let's do M or J. A name that starts with J. Okay, let me... Names starting with J. It's all baby names. It's literally all... Can I do minus? Sure, whatever. This site. Top 100. Okay, so this just is not... Oh, it is. Jameson? I was thinking Jasper. I feel like that might be a little silly, though. Julia's pretty good. Juniper? What's a juniper? It's a tree, right? That's not on this list, right? That's not a thing here? Because then that would be silly to name a road Wait a second. Okay, so I don't have... I should probably use a tree name, shouldn't I? Narrowleaf. Could be a cool name. Lodgepole. Ponder. I mean, just any of these trees, really. A J. J. Oh, there's juniper here. All right, that settles it. It's juniper. Juniper Street Road. Juniper something. I don't know yet, so I'm just gonna leave it juniper. Now what I was gonna do is I was gonna hide the road so that I can get rid of the painting that I have. Because now I don't need it. The road is in place. And I guess I may as well also do the road going into... Well, okay, the road going into the cabin is not going to be a paved road. It's going to be something different. Okay. Now I've hidden that, or I've painted all that away. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this very slowly and fix the terrain around the road. So I'll be raising it in places, lowering in others. And this will be a slow process. So it's basically just going to be doing this over and over again until the road is sat on top of the ground. Or connected well with the ground. Be a bit smaller. Maybe a little bit more. And give me circle 4. And then I wish my shift key would press all the way. Okay, so this spot, perhaps I want to try the flatten tool here. To bring the side out a little bit. Okay. Since I actually have a smaller thing, I am going to lower this. And yeah, this spot's gonna need it pretty badly. We're doing both sides. Yeah, this one instead. Now I kind of wish I could flip between these a little bit faster. So R. No, I like turned off all the keybinds. Yeah. Because they do, one of these is like... Yeah, A is auto shader. I don't know what they were thinking with that. Because W, A, and D are the controls in the space, so if you're just flying, if I just tap A, it'll select that tool. Like, because I can start with A and then right click and then I'm going. So if I like do both at the same time, or I think it's like if I let go, yeah, I think it was happening if I let go of it without letting go of A first, I would switch to the tool. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. Whoops. Actually, yeah, undo, because I was doing this wrong. I probably really messed with the terrain. Yeah, being able to like hold control and kind of drag this out is really cool. Very cool use of it. Oops. Yeah, keep in mind that part of the road is also the barriers on the side, which means there needs to be a flat area, at least a small flat area next to it. I guess I can really consider that part when I get to more of the actual terrain or asset part of the road. Fixing or getting that set. Same thing with this. There should be a flat. No, actually, maybe I'm not really sure. Let me go with the plateau. Bring this out. This is a lot for a very small piece of the road. Figuring something out. Maybe, yeah, definitely. So I use a smooth, I add, and then I smooth it, and I just kind of repeat that a bunch, and that seems to... Reason would tell me that this would flatten the area next to the road, exactly where I'm adding and smoothing, eventually. It just depends on how much I actually have to add there. Seems like I have to add a lot here. Yeah, cool. Should I do this over here? Yep. Nice. Yeah, because this was all under the ground. The ground was quite beneath the road here. And now there's like a flat and a slope. Like they put dirt there. They? Yeah, whoever made this road, that's what they did. They put the dirt there. You could use the dirt that they cut from here and to layer it there. Same thing with lowering. I can subtract and then smooth. And it really flattens it. Though, the plateau's fine if the road is not already curved like this, but this one's weird to figure out. Because I feel like I'm not getting the same results I would expect. I don't know, maybe it is fine. Maybe they would have to cut this out, because otherwise it would just keep sliding on the road. It's not really rock here. This part is so covered. I thought I was gonna stop, but I've gone really far now. Digging that out. Okay. Back over here. It's really hard to see the edge here. What is this? It's like 3 lines on that. Great, like that whole side is done. Now for the other side of the road. just had an idea. Should I make this material slightly transparent? I probably should. Let's do... This would probably make it really easy to... Let's call it... glass black. Roughness. Yeah, 0. Actually, no, probably fully, yeah. Transparency, alpha. And I'll be, and then I need to hide the CSG shapes. So now I can see kind of through the ground. It's probably pretty helpful to be able to see the road, or what the terrain looks like underneath the road. Because it is causing this. I'm getting this, which is probably, you know, I don't know if that's good or bad. It's probably not good to have that space beneath the road like that. Question is, how can I fix that? I guess I can just fix that by probably just trying to smooth it on the inside. Right? And the reason why that's bad is as the mesh LODs drop, it's kind of clipping into the road right here. But as the mesh LODs drop, I can just fix that with other things, but here it can probably get pretty bad if the terrain is left like this. Where I don't even know you would really see this from, but it seems like it's probably not ideal to leave terrain like that on the inside. I'm trying to think of, like, I don't really know how I can actually fix that. Wait, why is it not rendering? Oh, it is. It's just really, really hard to see it for some reason. Is it due to this? Should this be lower than that? It's like impossible to see it. I'm thinking here. Maybe I should just leave it transparent, but not this transparent, just less than that. So I can just barely see through to the ground underneath it. And maybe it's partially just where I'm clicking. I probably should be clicking like over here when I'm doing this, because I think before what I was doing is I'm clicking in here. That's probably not correct. I should be clicking out here. So I'm not dropping terrain underneath the road. I'm just actually subtracting terrain outside of the road. Yeah, okay. Yeah, being able to see through it definitely is helping me. It's letting me see the actual parts where the terrain needs. I should be subtracting from, I guess. And I know I said I should be doing out here. I mean, that's exactly what I'm doing now, just because I can like actually see. Yeah, being able to see through it's definitely just allowing me to just instinctively start clicking out here when I want to add or subtract them, so I'm not going to mess with the terrain beneath the road because it's still there. Although it also seems like it's preventing me from seeing shadow. Is this? Yes, this isn't casting shadow anymore. Can I make it still cast shadow? Inverted. No, not really. I guess I could put a stencil on it so that I can see like a purple line where it's underneath the ground. Oh, that's exactly it. I can just put that on. Now I can see where it's underneath the ground. Though it seems weird, I don't know why it's not rendering over there. I guess I could also just make it a fake shadow. Yeah. Alright, that's nice. I can see through this. I can tell now that this is under the ground at these positions. Yeah, alright, this is good. Now I've got a fake shadow that's always there. So now I know this is actually floating. A little bit weird to use though. Maybe it shouldn't be a fake shadow, but a light color. Yeah. Custom? What? What? What just happened? X-ray. What? What is happening? Did I put an X-ray on my X-ray? Oh, I did. Okay, try that again. Okay, I messed up. I was doing the wrong thing. Okay, so now it's like a light color. Alright. That's a little more useful. A little less weird, I guess. Because then I see that, I'm like, oh no, that's definitely wrong. Maybe we should call this road. That probably is a better name. Roads. How can I do have this thing happening though. If you can see it right now. Where, I mean, I guess I should only be doing it from angles that are realistic, right? So like standing here. Yeah, you can see the road going into that. So I guess that's what that means I need to do is I really do have to go around the edges of the roads, and at least where I see it, well, at least where the terrain elevates from the road, I need to flatten that spot next to it so that this doesn't happen. Because it's just bad looking, and it is fixable. Very easily fixable. Can probably be less precise about this actually when I'm subtracting. and then I come back and make it look a lot nicer. Give me less strength. It's just, I just keep going back on it too much. Right. I'm learning something. I should probably be smoothing inside of the road, right? So I should keep the road flat underneath it. Or the terrain flat underneath the road. Which will be good for plateauing it later. So I'm definitely going to need to do that as well. Smooth the inside, subtract outside. Hang on a second. I'm looking at this road here. Wow, I cannot see any of these pieces. This has got to be tilted. That's got to be tilted a lot more. Same with this one. Yeah, see, that's kind of an issue, right? If I'm gonna be messing with the road like that, it requires me to go back and fix the terrain again. Ah, maybe that's fine. Maybe it's fine to do that because I don't know. Refinement, right? It's like a refining thing. So it's probably acceptable to do that. Yeah, okay. This is a good hilt. Though this is not. Okay. Gotta tilt this one more. Can I just deselect it? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, alright. Because now this is really odd. Okay, go back to... Save that material. Go back to that. Yeah, this bit right here. It's just, it needs to be tilted more. This has to be tilted back pretty hard now. Well, I guess it's already tilted back. It's just kind of creating like a little bit of an undesirable shape. It's not smooth, right? It should be smooth. So what's going on with this? Does it need to be tilted back a bit? Probably. Right, that's a lot better, I think. That's a lot better, I think, right there. Is this piece tilted in? It should probably tilt in quite a bit there. And then this is not... Yeah, this is not enough. And then this just has kind of a bad in, I think. Kind of a bad angle too. Why did it take me going through the train to see this? I don't know why. I should have spotted this before. This is not enough. Still not enough. And this should probably be tilted like that too. And then no straight piece here. And then zero that out because it needs to invert through this. And this should be tilting early. This is a bad angle. Okay. All right. Test run, right? This is a test run for the for this road. Actually, now that I think about it, I probably should test run the other road because this one is actually drivable and this one stops somewhere up here. Oh well. Is this a... I can't move the pieces. I can angle and do stuff like that. I can't move the pieces. I've set them. Yeah. I was thinking of moving that piece a little bit, but I cannot. I can probably do this actually. Handle in. I can do that a little bit. And then give that a better angle. Give this a better angle. Okay. Okay, don't mess with this road anymore. This is definitely an improvement. And maybe the final improvement, I don't know. It could also be one of many. Where's glass? Oh, there it is. Cut off. Okay. Now, go back through this again. This is pretty fun, but also very tedious. Very odd. That's where I stop on that side. I smooth on the inside to raise it up. Oops. Okay. Well, hey, Yulia. I was really focused for a second there. Long time no chat. Yep. It has been a while since you've been here. So I'm gonna touch up this side of the road. You did miss me? Yes, of course. Was it? Road time? Yep. I did a bunch of changes to the terrain. So I've got the entrance to the map. Okay, I gotta fix this. Figured out now. There's basically just going to be a bridge, I think, or a landslide. I don't think a landslide. I think a bridge being destroyed is more clear. So somewhere around here, the road's gonna cross over to the other side, and there's just gonna be a blown up bridge. Still finding the sun. Yep. So this part of the map is solved, and then this area, the town is now on an incline, and it's still mostly buried. I've only pulled up the buildings really, and the roads kind of. So I have to get that done. And then I've brought this area back, and I've got a new stream and a waterfall spot that I'm going to do later. This is where it will be. And then the stream kind of cut out, not like totally. So yeah, I remember these two parts of the map, these two corners of the map were just totally unfinished. And now they are finished. On a large scale, at least. And yeah, I'm putting in the road here, right now. Yep. I think it's cool. I like how the terrain looks here now. I would basically just avoid looking in this direction before. Oh, you don't stream much lately? I am still streaming as much as I can. Not as long, because I have waking up in the morning issues. But I'm still trying to do as much as I can. I got this island. Textured, I guess. Sort of. Just the above ground portion. So, or like basically this part of the water, really. So the water line's about here, and then it's textured up for this like edge. That's one of the other terrain things I've done recently. How have you been? How was boating? 2 days off. Nice. Is this on where the villain invites famous people? It's where I've said that I'm going to put the sniper, and I think the... No. The auto rifle and a suppressor for the pistol. But now I've been thinking about, okay, well, how do you actually get over there? And I suppose that means I will need a boat, which... maybe I should reconsider that. Maybe it should just be, you have to just go walking out there and swim to it. There is no boat. I think a boat would be cool, though. Check on you in a few hours. Still up? My taxi? If you're still up, I'm on my taxi and my phone is dying. Ah, okay. Thanks for stopping by. My spelling is not improved. Yeah. I can still understand the messages well enough. Two more weeks of remaking the Horizon Zero Dawn physics. They don't even have boat physics, I think. Okay, so a boat's going to be very different. A boat is essentially going to rely on water physics and purely impulses from like the back. So in theory, a boat should be a lot simpler. The challenge will be making the water physics good for a rigid body. Or just making it at all. This part's really... Okay. I was gonna say, this part's really not wanting to behave, and it just did, so... Scratch that. Okay, I'm still working on it, though. In an hour. Fun with the road taxes. Say hi to whoever asks from your 13,000 foot. What? I know what you're talking about, but I don't know what you mean. The bot thing? Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I don't know what you mean say hi to whoever asks. There's so much I need to update myself on. Right. Ashes of Creation got shut down. Why didn't it happen on vacation? Why did that happen? Or didn't? Yeah, thinking about it, wouldn't this part typically have like a large, like extra curve to it? Or just extra curve? Just extra space on the outside? How can I do that? I guess I just do that by adding it. I mean... Yeah, it'd be like, maybe not one of those. Maybe not one of those. There's often places, especially on mountain roads, probably only really on those kind of roads, where there's just I mean, I guess not necessarily. Like long flat roads, they don't really need it, so they don't do it. But on like mountainous roads, every few miles or so, there's just like a small parking area where you can just pull off the road, typically towards the edge. And sometimes it's not on the edge, sometimes it is on the inside, if there's space for it. But typically on the edge, where you just park, and the idea is you just kind of like stretch your legs, and look. And just look. See the view. I should probably do one of those. You know what? Yeah. I think I probably should have one of those somewhere up here. Maybe it wouldn't make too much sense because it'd be nice. It would be really nice. Even if it maybe doesn't make too much sense. I think it'd be nice enough to have that. Where would that be, though? Should I put that in now? I was thinking maybe here. Yeah, actually, you know, if there's going to be a spot for it, it'd probably be here. This would probably be the spot. And then, I mean, I'm thinking about it. Another part is that it's on a steep enough area where the road where you are is just already above the trees. Because you don't really want to cut down trees just to have like a nice spot you can look out. Yeah, dang, I didn't really think of that. I don't have a good spot for that. I would have to totally change what this area looks like to do that. I would. And it's also not really high enough to be above trees either. I mean, maybe here I could drop the terrain. I guess I could drop the terrain here quite a lot, and then... No, I don't like that. I guess I'm just not gonna have that. Because I can't do that with the terrain here. I can't mess with the terrain. I can have a trail. I can have a trail. An actual hiking trail that goes up somewhere that's on like a cliff edge. Probably, actually. Have a stopping point somewhere around here. I mean, this is a already naturally flat spot, so this could be like a a hiking trailhead here. And then maybe it just leads you up here. And though, yeah, I do have issues with distant terrain. I need some sort of like terrain skybox at some point. Yeah. All right, just some thoughts. Just some thoughts. Right. That part, that side done. Now for the inside. Which starts, I don't know where. I guess here. One sec. Dogs. I don't know where his trees are. I've lost them. I've misplaced them. Widow. They're okay. Alright. He's okay now. Okay. Where? Here? About here? This is where it stops connecting. But maybe I should revisit this area. There's there's definitely a thing where the size of the brush has an impact on the shape. It's the overall look of it. So having a brush size that I use for this, the brush size that I use for this, will make sure it's consistent. Though I'm not sure how I'm gonna get the look of this correct, because this should be flatter out, and it should basically be like almost not a vertical wall, but a pretty steep wall, because it is going to be a wall where they physically cut through the stone, and then they would put a net up and some other things that I don't really know what they do, but there's a lot of actual engineering that goes into cutting roads into a mountain, particularly on the side of safety, because you don't want, the last thing you want is for rocks to fall onto the road. You really don't want that to happen, which is why there is typically an extra gap there to reduce the likelihood of that happening. They put nets up here, and then they would also have like rock catching nets on the top of the mountain. Maybe not at the top, but somewhere around here. There, if it's particularly steep. I don't think this is steep enough. Over there, it's going to be steep enough, but here I don't think so. Where they would have additional like just holes drilled like really deep into the rock, and then there's just strong nets there, so that if something happens, smaller rocks can be caught, or I guess larger rocks can be caught before they make it to the road. Whoa, don't do that. I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. Alrighty. Probably good time to save. Maybe I need a larger brush for this side. Thinking 10. Yeah, because 10 is still smaller than the entire road, so that's ideal. Yeah, I'm thinking 10's a lot better. Or is it? Don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to 8. Something's just telling me probably a smaller brush is actually better for this side, where it's getting steep. So when I'm dropping it, I'm more just flattening and smoothing the spots that are right on the road that it would actually be touched. And a larger brush would be messing with too much stuff up here, right? Was I really drawing inside of this when I was removing it? It's kind of a mistake. Maybe? I don't know. Because I should always be moving and then smoothing, removing the outside and smoothing the inside. That's how you actually flatten it. Alright, I think I need to do this. It's too bright. Less light. Well, maybe I do this. No. Just leave it where it's at. Yeah, smaller brush, definitely better around here. Maybe I should be going, like, I don't know. I can go through here another time and make these walls particularly steep. I guess I mean, okay. Given what I have, I can only go so steep before I'm just like making the terrain look really bad because of the non-infinite nature of it. Non-infinitely dividable nature of it. Divisible. I just need to be going faster through it. That's probably what my real issue is. If I go through it faster, it'll be steeper, right? Hang on, I just had a video. Not what I expected to see. Oh, this one should have a no call. That's right. There we go. And then here, always. So then where it fails a depth test, okay, never mind. No, wait, did I have it right, actually? Hang on. Oh, there's like really crazy stuff. There's really crazy geometry in there, never mind. Okay. There's really weird geometry inside of that. All right. So now I want to use the plateau thing and try to flatten both sides. Okay, let's see what happens. I mean, in theory, if I'm just like clicking the midpoint here, should be good. Yeah, I don't know why it's going down. There we go. Um, 10 strength. Yeah, and then just weird stuff like this happens. I'm not really sure why that. Because I'm holding control and it should be clicking the, the height of the train that I'm at. Then it gets lower on the edges. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like it should be getting higher, if anything. Actually, I guess it would be. Ah, okay. So going up will go down. Yeah. Hey, Raiden. I will not be doing that. I am making a road. That sucks. The part that I want to... Oh, I guess I could flip it around. So now I can do... front. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and then this also helps me see any terrain that's like actually beneath the road. Maybe it should all be beneath the road. I don't know. I'm sober this time? What do you mean? What? What? I am on a... I don't know how to say it. Oh, wait a second. This won't let me see if I drop it underneath. Okay, can't do that, because then I can't see if it's going underneath the road. Well, wait. No, I can. No, I can. No, I can. Because... this would connect here, and then I know I've gone underneath the road. Right. Maybe this should not be larger. I guess this is a case where if it's too large, then it's gonna be really... I don't know. It is making the flat side next to this, though. I'm just gonna check really quick that this is doing what I think it will do. Yep. So when this is like that, then I know... Yeah, okay. Maybe I should just be using the plateau, I don't know. Can I go in front of the terrain? Yeah, so I won't know if I've gone over the road, unfortunately. I don't know. I'm just gonna be doing this spot, so. I guess as long as I keep it pretty close. And I also understand what I'm doing the whole time. This should be good. Okay, what's happening here? I mean, I think it's looking nice. It's just really... It has this odd effect of... to fix this spot, I have to break this spot. And then I have to... This whole thing is just gonna start tracing up now. I mean, I guess if all I'm really trying to do is get this to be flattened here, then I just have to flatten it here, and then I can go back and make sure I'm clicking regularly, and then go back and fix the fact that I've detached the terrain too much, right? Alright, I think that's far enough. Alright, what was that? Was that 5 or 6? I think it was at 6. Alrighty. I shouldn't touch that. Excuse me. I don't know if you could hear that. I just burped straight into the mic. My bad. Smaller brush. 5. Because I'm messing with this part back here too much. Well, I'm trying to fix this part. Smaller still. I really can't go smaller than 5, I think. Because the number of vertices that I'm editing is just too low. It's not really smoothing anything or adding anything. Alright, then I think that's where I stopped. Okay. Oh, road. What does it look like from here now? Still looks like that. Alright, that can be for later. This is already pretty good. I still have to go through the rest of this. Yeah, let's just do that. And I'll go up to 7. Odd numbers are probably best, right? In some way, somehow. I can't explain why I would think they're best. Because I have literally no reason. Something about like vertex spacing being 1 meter and having an odd number basically guarantees you're gonna have at least 2 vertices no matter what you're doing. an even one, you could have 3 or 1 sometimes, right? Dogs. I feel like there must be some kind of fix for this, where the terrain can lift up above the road. That'd be a CPU thing. I think the way the mesh works right now, like this right here, is poking above the road. That's a purely shader thing that it's doing. I can't really impose restrictions except by doing some kind of CPU side calculation and passing that to the shader to say, hey, there's road mesh here. Don't go above it. Not even... I mean, okay, well, I guess if it's actually... Wait, how does that work? If it is already CPU side, I thought maybe it's GPU side. Maybe it's actually CPU side that does this to like adjust adjust the mesh vertices so that they, you know, they LOD levels, right? Hey, Yulia. Something, yeah, maybe something with like ensuring that if we're on a higher LOD, we check the lower LOD vertex and check if that one is behind. I have no clue. I can't even, I don't know enough about how it's actually set up to even know how to really do that. Like what that would look like. I missed my scam overpriced keyboard touch. You want a PC? Is that what you're saying? I know you said you were on your phone. Which I'm guessing died because, you know, you kind of just vanished. All right, less strength. 8. Right, what I do is when I reach like a point that I swap sides, I do this. That's probably a good idea. So I can visually mark where I'm at and know when I've gone past that and need to swap. Back home, I remember, I'm back home from the taxi, remember my lore, man. Yeah, I know. The dog is here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back through it and flip the faces so that I also have the interior of the road is level. The terrain on the interior of the road is level, because right now it's just totally not. It's like really tilted one way. Actually, the road is totally floating right now, so yeah. Why is the road floating here? The road is really floating here. Alright, I'm gonna flip sides. Actually, probably what I should do, maybe this is smarter. Do the center now, and then do the sides. Oh, wait, no, I think I got it. So, I am going to save this as road glass. I'll call it back, I guess. So what I'm gonna do is do cull mode disabled. And I'm not going to draw anything. Okay. And then I do stencil. I'll do custom. I will write a 1, I guess. Do I do depth test fail? Essentially what I'm going for is the terrain will be just look normal when it's above. And it'll be, then the road will be a glass black when it's below, and it will be white when it's intersecting it. So I think I start by writing just a 1 so I know where the road is. And I turn off depth test. I turn off depth test. Well, I guess I can say if it's in front. If it's in front, I can draw it now, right? No, I don't want to draw it in front. Yeah, I want to do depth test. Turn that off. Okay. Now the stencil does this, and this will do standard. There we go. So this needs to read. That read stencil but is not in the alpha queue. Oh wait, depth draw. Yeah, so don't draw depth. I'm just writing the value, and then I read. Wait. Wait. I want to write 1 always, and I want to write depth fail, so I do. Okay, hang on, let me think about this. Which way do I think? I mean, I guess I think about it going forward. Do I think about it going backwards? I guess maybe going backwards is the right way. So what's the last thing I want to do? The last thing I want to do is I want to, I think the last thing I want to do is I want to draw white for an inverted depth test. So I think I need to do another one. I want to do an inverted depth test. Here. Let me just make this like so. Inverted depth test. But only if we passed the previous depth test. Right. So compared to 2. All right, actually let me reset. Reset. Okay. Starting here. I start with it off. High God is out. I forgot the abomination is that abomination. You look forward to the drama of it. No drama, just silly game. I think. My brain really ain't working for this right now. So I don't want to cull either face. I should be writing the depth. Turn that on. Normal depth test. I guess I actually will cull it. Oh, right, this applies... Okay. So I want to draw the front face. Where... Right, okay, so this is where my stencil starts. So what I do is I do right. I write 1. Next pass. 1 second. Dog is barking. I'm back. Did you watch any playthrough? Well, it's a multiplayer game. I don't think it's single player. And it's incomplete, I think. I think it's just not complete. What they have is like, it seems really polished, but it's like, it looked like just a really polished prototype. Like super beta feel, I think. So it's like a base defense and raid thing. So you start with teams of 3. Now there's a 5v5 mode apparently, or 6v6, I don't know, one of them. So it's 3v3, and you start by... It's kind of like Rainbow Six Siege in this way, where I don't even know if there's an attacker or defender side. Maybe it's just whoever initiates the attack first becomes the attacker somehow. I don't know. You pick a character, you get into a game, you set up defenses, and then you go collect resources, and then maybe you start an attack on the enemy team's base. And it seems like when that happens, that like sets... I don't know. I didn't see very much of it. It seems like if you're the one who starts the attack, you're like 99% chance gonna win, because the game is gonna end when your attack is successful. Oh, thanks for the follow. And your attack is successful, you win. I'm guessing if your attack fails, they switch. So then the defenders now start orating. I don't know. There's an attacker, there's a defender. Oh, I remember what I heard. Bed Wars. It's really like Bed Wars. Hello. Hello, bigger. It's a lot like Bed Wars. That's probably the best description of it then. Alright. So I write this, and then I want to do front culling, and I want to say an inverted depth test. So if it's behind something. All right, so now I need to make this one fully transparent. Wait. Yes. Yes. I make this one fully transparent. Oh, no. This is not that. So this is front, normal depth test, always draw depth, and then this draws if we are equal to 1. I guess I can just do alpha. And then, what was it, a bunch of 3s? So what does it look like this right now? Oh, this is supposed to be alpha. Oh, that was my mistake. Okay. So this writes depth, it's the front face. And then we write. I guess I can also render. No, I can't render here. Okay, so read 1. And then I guess next. So where is 1, and I guess next pass now, I say if we have an inverted depth test. So it's beneath it. And also, no. I want to do write depth fail 2. And then read 2. And I guess I can turn off depth test. So this one writes 2 when it fails. And then this one has to be inverted, so this is where it's underneath the ground. This is where the ground intersects it. Right. Why does it look like that? It's really weird. Okay, maybe I'm doing this wrong, and maybe I should stop. Maybe I should just stop, because I don't know what this weird effect is happening. Oh, it's probably because I need to make it unshaded. That's probably my mistake. Yeah, this should be unshaded. That's my mistake. Unshaded. Unshaded. That's definitely why it looks weird. And then it seems like depth draw is getting confused. So draw depth. Call the back faces. Right one. I guess I could just write when it fails. Do I need right and right depth fail? Right one when we fail. And then this one. Oh yeah, I actually want to do back face there. And so this is the on top part. Right depth fail 2. And here I can just say, I don't need to draw depth. But I do, it does need to, okay, first of all, clone mode back, draw, opaque only. This can be shaded. This is sticking out of the road, right? Yeah, this is sticking out of the road. So it's supposed to look like it's supposed to look just green and not like that. Okay, let me check. Let me make sure that this is correct. Raise, lower, okay. Just ate 5 servings of Greek yogurt. Is that good or bad? So this is the front, or actually this is not drawing anything. This is just kickstarting it, I guess. I guess I can draw something. No, I don't, actually. I want to draw nothing. Then, heroin. Looks like Yulia finally returned. Yep. So depth, or the depth test. Oh, no, I just want to write. No. Yeah, I just want to write one where we are drawing it. I just write one. So this stage, I draw the front faces. And yep. So this writes 1, so we know where we are. Yeah, this is very strange. I'm drawing 2 materials on top of each other. So here, or the depth test. Right 2? No, I can't do that. You can't compare and write at the same time. So I'm drawing pixels. I want to read where it's 1. Read where it's equal to 1. All right, I give up. I actually need to give up. That's just a little too much for me, I think. This is enough. And then just write 1. Next pass. Front faces. Write 1. Just write 1 where we draw the pixel. And then where we draw it, then I can say where it is 1. Yeah, this is a bit strange. How did I mess that up? Right depth fail. Or the depth test fails. Read 1. Why is it doing this? Oh, now that works. Why is it like this? How did I have this earlier? I've like messed it up now. What did I do? I actually don't understand what I did wrong. X-ray, which is just doing read not equal to 1. Is it Mimic? Oh, hey, Serpent. Mimic behind you? He's wearing your dog's skin. Oh, okay. I don't believe that. Yeah, how can I make this so that it doesn't do like this? Whatever. I gotta get back to working on the train. This is too much. I'm losing it. Okay. Yikes, dog. What was I doing? This is why I need to stop doing that stuff, because I just totally forget what I'm doing. What was I doing? I was going to fill in this area underneath it because it's like really low compared to the road. The road is floating here. So I wanted to figure out the shader so I can make it so I can make it draw not like this when the terrain is above it, and draw white when the terrain intersects it. It's literally whatever. It's literally whatever. I don't need to do that. I just need to do something. That'd be a good on my own time thing, I think. Figuring out a shader to make that happen. I mean, that's like exactly that light effect that I have. Or that was an example of how to use the stencil stuff. It probably is like doing a clear and then doing a read after it is probably what I'm looking for. So the first step, I write 1 everywhere. Second step, I write 2 where the depth test fails. No, because I need something like this. So I need to start by writing it normally, so this does not become stenciled. So that won't get a stencil value. So I just write... I would just start by writing 1, I guess. I'm just thinking out loud. And then... Dog's just grumbling behind me. I don't even know what. And then... he does like a long growl and he does a short huff at the end. Short puff. Like he's doing a mini bark, but trying to be quiet. Very funny. So I start by writing stencil where it passes. So where I know it's already in front of something. And then I read where it's passed. And write where it Yeah, I have one in the middle that reads where the stencil value is 1. So we've written a 1 where it's passed. And then I have that one just reading. All it does is it just reads that it's passed. In the next phase, it will write transparent pixels. In the next phase, it checks, it does an inverted depth test. So then where it was visible, and now also where it's not visible on the back faces. It reads where the stencil is 1, and it just does a normal. Or no, it already read that it was 1, right? So we're already on a fragment that is being painted. And from there, so I do the back face, and then I write where the depth test fails, I write a 2, where the depth test fails. And then I write a 2 where the depth test fails. Essentially, the idea that I'm getting to is it's going to be the first. Okay, that was a mistake. The first thing it does. Let me talk through it again. The first thing I do is I draw front faces, and I write a 1. And then I have an intermediary that reads where the stencil is 1. So it'll discard the rest. So now I'm on pixels that are in front of, definitely have something in front of it. And then I do a back face inverted depth test. And I can draw there. And I can write a 2 where the depth test has failed. And then I can, on the third pass, I can do a compare where it is equal to 1. So now I'm back to the front pixels, minus the ones that are drawing the translucent intersection. And I draw this. So intermediate step should stop this from happening. All right, let me go with that. Let me try it. Actually, leave that. All right, I think I've got it. The step in the middle where I write okay. Oh man. All right, so drop that. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write a 1. First thing I do is I write a 1. Transparent. Sorry about that. All right. So write the 1. Front faces only. Draw the depth test. I guess I actually don't. No, I whatever. Opaque only. Well. Okay, always. And then here, I write a 1. Next pass, I do, this is just a read. We don't do anything else. So I do a read where it's equal to 1. The dog be doing long distance communication. What? Barking. I've not heard it called that. So read where it's equal to 1, and that's all I do here. Alpha, transparent. Okay. All this one does. Next pass. So now I'm on here, and now I can do alpha, front, invert, unshaded. Okay, so that didn't solve this. It didn't solve this. I thought it would solve this. Depth draw, pull back faces. What am I confused about? We write a 1. And then here, I'm supposed to write always again. Read where it's equal to 1, because I wrote a 1. Okay, so I'm misunderstanding it. I mean, what is this doing right now? Apparently it's doing nothing. How is it doing nothing? What? Read equal to 1. Write a 1. What? What do you mean it's 0? No, that's not correct. What? What? How does this make any sense? Right? Always. It's just not doing anything. Huh? This is just straight up not doing anything. Does the first one not do anything? I don't understand. Something is wrong here. Write a 1. Write a 1. Read a 1. Equal to 1. What is happening? I just love troubleshooting. There's just something I'm missing right now. There's something weird happening with this. What this was supposed to do is it's supposed to read where it's equal to 1. And I thought this was passing it down. I guess you don't. I guess you don't do that. I write, if the depth test, I write a 2 if the depth test fails. All right, let me rethink it. And I've been modifying the actual thing. Okay. Let me rethink it. What? Oh, now it's just like... Okay, there we go. I don't know why that was like that. Oh, wait. Was it render priority? Is that what I was messing up? I think it was render priority. No, I don't have to do render priority. I figured out that that was fixed. Or whatever it was. Okay, why is this... Oh, because this is unshaded right now. There we go. That explains that. All right, I gotta think about it again. It's definitely not that, is it? It's definitely not the render priority that I need to consider. I don't think so. Maybe it is. No, because I think I like kind of did my own test and I made it look correct. I think render priority is actually only there if you happen to have the same material overlapping itself. Maybe that is happening here. So maybe I do need it. Alright, so first thing I just do an alpha pass and I write a 1. It's weird. It's weird. So I can use the depth test to do some operation to write if the depth test fails. All right, I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna let my mind think about something else. Maybe I'll figure it out. Let the subconscious do all the problem solving for me. Because I still think that'd be a very good... If I can get that shader to work, it'd be very helpful. This is already really helpful to do this, so I can know how much it's intersecting the terrain. What would the reason be for making it... Making it not floating off the terrain in parts that you cannot see. What would be the use for that? Just my instinct is that something with the LEDs will just... It'll make it look strange. From a distance you might be able to see clipping, or... It could pick a... I mean, another thing is it could pick a height lower than the road. So from a distance, suddenly you can see that the road is floating off the ground. That would be part. That would be it. Maybe... I don't know. Maybe I should just stop thinking. Deliberately, at least. I don't know, this work really doesn't take much thinking, and it's probably a good idea for me to use the time to think about other problems I need to solve. I think there was something with eye adaptation that I thought of that I now need to remember because I didn't write it down. Or just something I was going to do with it. I think I need to revisit just exposure level at night. The sky, or it's not even the sky. It's literally not the sky. At least I don't think it is. Maybe it is. The sky turns like a really pale blue, which that color comes from the eye adaptation night vision color, which is just a desaturated, like bluish gray. Desaturated. Gray, of course, means desaturated. A bluish gray color that it takes on. Also, I'm realizing this hill is kind of odd, isn't it? Does this hill make sense? I think it doesn't make sense. I probably need to raise the terrain around it. At one point I thought that adaptation, maybe that is what's happening. The adaptation thing is strengthening the colors way too much. So maybe what I should do is I should take that off and make auto exposure work. Without eye adaptation. And then I add in eye adaptation. But only for light that's present. I mean, of course, right? You can't see things without light. I think what I was doing wrong is I was making it... I'm making it add extra light. Essentially doing extra exposure level. That's not what it should be doing. It should just be taking the current color and desaturating it when it's below some darkness level. That's what should be happening. So then what happens if I do that and the sky is still bright? I guess the ultimate test is just to make it so the sky looks correct with auto exposure before anything else. As long as the sky looks right with auto exposure, then I can desaturate colors. Yeah, I think that is what I've been doing wrong. The eye adaptation is adding additional exposure. So it's brightening parts of the image that is not meant to be brightening. It is just meant to be recoloring pixels. That's all it should be doing. Taking the existing color and basically just tinging it, turning it to a luminance value, and then tinging it. Do I try that now after I do this? Maybe. I guess it'll be good to check to see if what I'm thinking of would even work. Because otherwise the sky is too bright for the exposure level that it needs to drop to for nighttime. And then I actually have to figure something out for the sky. Yeah. I will get this sent in and I'm going to check that. I'm going to see if I can make it look good prior to that. And by look good, I mean just look how I think it should look without the color changes. All right. road's in. This is glass black. Turn that off. No alpha. Okay. Yeah, I'll maybe try the shader again later. Okay, how does this look right now? How does it feel? Because I did make the road more curved at parts, so that might help. I mean, it should help with driving at high speed. Definitely higher speed than you're meant to be driving, but it's definitely more fun when the road helps you. Yeah, and I feel like there might be some kind of shader way to check the road prior to an LOD change. Okay. Brake, brake, brake. And recovered. Alright. I could also put rails there now and see if that is something. The tires might be too slidey. I just kind of slid out there for... I don't think I should have slid out there. Alright, back the other way without flipping. Yes, yeah, I can see the terrain creeping into the road there, and that just looks really bad. Maybe... No, that wouldn't really do it. I don't know. Yeah, I should probably make that hill not just literally only the road going up. Okay. And I'm having problems. Okay. It's fine. The car definitely could have flipped over there. Cool. Okay. I want to do that again now. I could just put in some fake rails. I'm trying to look at the road in the distance there. Yeah, it looks like the road is just like half buried by terrain. And yeah, okay. This has a weird way of falling. It might be the center mass. I think I still have the center mass in a very odd place. That's probably it. Should I raise that? Well, I think the center mass is in the vehicle, but I think it's... Actually, no, it's not. I think it's barely below the vehicle. Also, that slide there is really weird. Why do I slide out there? Is it just because I go over a hill and there's less weight on the tires? That might be it. Doesn't need more curve. Tilt, I should say. Alright, well I sit in control the entire time this time. It is also the road mesh is not actually too smooth. I could... I could also just make it... No. I don't know. Alright, that was neat. Okay, I want to see if I can get... Well... Alright. I think it's actually just time for trees. I just need to do trees. Yeah. I mean, you're never gonna have this perspective, but over here, if I were to zoom in, zooming in might mess with the LOD. No, it didn't. The road right here is like half covered by the terrain. And I'm guessing... How does that work? I don't know exactly how they do it. I don't know what portion is CPU and what portion is GPU. I'm guessing the LED is generated CPU. But how do you blend it GPU? I guess the blending is this stage. So it would really be generating the LOD. No, it would just have to be like... We'd have to say like, alright, around the road, always use LOD 0. Or it could not use LOD 0 and still do the other LODs. But the road somehow understands that it's going to be intersecting from this angle, and so it just always draws on top. That could be a stencil thing, where if a back face on the road fails the depth test, so that means a back face is behind terrain, we draw that anyway. Or I guess we draw it above the terrain. So do like an invert depth test. So here it would do a depth test. It would find that... But the issue is like... How do you know? It would specifically have to be a back face that fails. But then if you were... Like here, how do I stop the road from being visible through the terrain here? Where the road goes over the hill and then down. I guess I can't. Alright, whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna send these terrain changes. Tone map. Oh, yeah. Terrain material changed? No. Oh, terrain material has bugged itself, is what's happened. It just, like, decided it was just going to change a lot of things. Whoops. Stop it, now you're making me yawn. Sorry. 12 a.m. I should go to bed early for a change. I think it's too late to go to bed early. I think at this point, any time that you go to bed is late. Okay. There are days I sleep at 2 a.m. then log in to work at 9 a.m. My sleep is like, I don't know. Maybe it's just a long-term kind of thing. But I need like 10 hours of sleep to be functional. I went to bed at midnight and I woke up at 9 and I felt like I didn't sleep at all. And I still feel tired. All right, what am I doing? There was a time when I would go to bed at like 10, wake up at 5, and I'd be wide awake. Totally ready to go. Midnight is early. Yeah. It's a kryptonite of programmers. We don't sleep or we never get enough sleep. I mean, I really feel like for me, I can never get enough sleep. I have to sleep a lot to wake up and feel awake. Okay, material. Change that material, and I moved some of these around. Yeah, I changed some of these. All right. Let me actually change this to flat black. So I can save on setting something that is not even going to be used. Alright, there we go. I just still feel, yeah. That's me mostly. Right, and then I renamed it. That's all yes, I think. Also yes. Yes. Oh, and I guess the ones that I didn't change their path changed. Okay. Terrain material has changed again. Are we serious? I've not done anything. Again. Yeah, it's just nuking itself. Why do we do this? Because here's what's going to happen. I'm going to hit save, and then it's going to break. Or not. I just quit. I don't know why it's doing that again. Some kind of long time bug. Okay. Update road. Terrain matching. So curve road a bit more and match terrain to road. All right. Oh, jeez. Clicking every button that I don't want to press. That took a while. So if I hit save, you're not going to modify the material, are you? You're not going to do that? Okay, it's decided not to do it this time. Did it just do it? No? If I hit save? Okay. Alright, I can definitely do trees on the island, right? I know... the island is roughly done. Not really. I'm trying to think of like a safe place that I know the terrain is pretty much done. I guess I don't really have that anywhere still at this point. This area I want to make look nicer. This area is going to be adjusted for the road. Maybe this spot could be final-ish. I need a cabin somewhere. Would that just be up here? Maybe. No, I think I want it over here. I was trying to think of where I could put it. Maybe I could finalize that part of the terrain. I think this is the area that I have least. Maybe that's a problem. I don't know what I'm going to do over here. There should be something special over here, but I don't know what. I don't have any idea for that yet. Alright, trees on the island it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put trees here, and then I'm going to do some eye adaptation because I really want to see if I can figure that out. Or at least check it to see if my idea is that I'm over brightening something, which is making the sky look terrible, is the problem. And if I can make it so I can see things without that happening. Okay. I will be back in a minute. Actually, I guess this is probably an ideal time for me to have lunch, so I'm going to be back after I grab lunch. And then continue. Well, I'll eat lunch and then continue. Alright, Owen. Have a good night. You too. I'm back. And I've got food. And I'm going to eat. Hey, Leo. All right. That was Dan. I don't know how he is, but it's probably fine. He was he's not chatted yet today. Maybe he has? I think he did. Yeah, he still shows up. I think he was here this morning when I started. I haven't heard anything about his game, but he has been sharing model updates with something that he's making. Like, I don't know what kind of building it is. Something very architectural. I can talk at the same time. I don't know if it's related to that. It's an exterior that he's doing. I can pull it up. These pictures. He did this, and then these are the stairs. So he's made them smaller, and he's adding this detail to them. I don't know if that's part of it. Maybe. I don't know. Video backing out of his deal. Yeah, I heard about that. Me personally, I've sold everything. I had stuff in socks. Yeah, I'm out. I'm all out. More to spend on the project. Well, this project has cost me nothing but my time so far. All right. I am fed. Alright, I'm gonna get trees on this just, I don't know. I don't know how I want this island to look yet. Very dense, I think. I think it's just prime real estate, fresh water, delivering nutrients, and, you know, a lot of light, right? So I feel like it should probably be really dense. But for now, I guess I'm just gonna do something pretty plain. Just so I can have something on here. New settings. Let's load. I guess I won't load. Because I do a new one. I don't think conifers on this one. I think not here. It's going to be maybe a couple. But I think this area is going to be taken over by the other trees. Time. You're earning that freedom with money? Yeah. It's a building with a blue dome. Just how it happens. Dan is good at those. Okay. So this is going to be, who knows? None of those are loaded. Now they're loaded. So I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. String at 4. Oh. I was doing a group thing. Right. So it's a singular ID and then a group of IDs with weights. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And they're just equally likely for now. Randomize that. And then I'll just go ahead and save this to Lance. Is it like this? Settings? Whole name, settings, normal. Okay. All right. I don't need to worry about slope fixing right now. I can do all that stuff later. We can hit 25k CS. Very nice. Density 1. Let me look at, I think these are using 6. I do need to have a minimum distance to 4 with a value of 4. Okay. What was my issue with this? It was prepared chunks, probably, is what I was getting stuck on. So this is the instance types to manage. And then what I want to do is I want to have... I immediately just don't know where to go. Okay. What's my issue with that? I like literally have a problem right now. I can't think. So the setting comes with an ID, and then I have the primary ID, and then it comes with the placement ID. Now for each of these placement IDs, I'm adding that one as the key. And then the key maps to an array of primary IDs that technically it considers. Let me just start there. So we grab the minimum distance so we know how to expand the area. And then I say, I can just check if the instance has IDs. If it has any IDs, we're going to do this. I guess I can actually say if it is 0. If it's empty. Then I check if IDs has the instance ID. And if it does, I need to check if the value contains this ID. Actually, I guess I'm doing this, right? So if IDs has this value, grab the mapping. Yep. And then I ask if the mapping does not have the instance ID, then it needs to have that. And then I can set it back. Okay, and then I do if IDs. if this is empty, I can just do a continue. Otherwise, I need to iterate through each one of these. So for For each one of these, this needs to be a key and it needs to map to this ID, like so. Same way. Almost exactly the same way. So we get that ID. If the mapping does not have the instance ID, I add the instance ID, I set it back, continue, right? That part is handled now. So the primary ID maps to itself, and then the placement ID is also mapped to the primary ID. It's set up now. But I do have to say, if IDs, if not IDs as ID, then you do IDs set ID to fact int array of the instance ID. And continue. Okay. So this is select largest minimum distance. Like largest distance requirement. Map self, and then map placed. Okay. So now I go through each one of these. If the IDs does not contain this, so we don't care about it, we skip it. Then it does contain it, so then I check if the chunk... So first of all, I need to find the primary IDs. So I need to do something for each primary ID. Yeah, so I have now a cell. What? Cell that I get instance ID. Instance chunks is used in here. This is a bit odd. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do is I need to map this to a primary ID. Okay. I need a key ID. No, I don't. I don't need a key ID. Cut this. Cut this. This can go here, I guess. And this is basically just going to go in here. Okay. Okay, so I think what I want to do is I want to gather yeah, get the chunk. So I have a list of transforms, so I can map it to the correct chunk. And then for each transform, I then need to do this stuff. So I need to say, I need to get the primary IDs I need to map this to. So I can say, if not IDs has instance ID, then I can just say key IDs I guess this could just be chunk. Chunk instance IDs to save. So I can say for mapped ID in, I'll do key IDs. I basically just want to do this. So I'll grab positions, which I guess I can move up here. And I guess this can also move back here. No, these should be in here. Okay. So if chunks has this ID, then inst chunks is this ID. Then positions, if this has the chunk, then we get the chunk. We add the position, which I guess I can actually form this up here. So I'll do that. Writing it to each one of these. And then we're writing it back. Okay. So prepare chunks will take in all of our key IDs, not all of that. We'll take in all of our mapped IDs and map each mapped ID to the key ID, which is always going to be the instance ID, right? it's possible for two instance settings to map different IDs to the same primary, so, or different primaries even. Hey, Dylan. Nimrod. That's not my name. So grab those, and then prepare the stuff, and then save each one of these to this ID. Or save the position of that ID. So sweep key IDs. So let's say one contains, also wants to map 2 and 3. So we go to 2, we would have 2 map to 1, 3 map to 1. And then we go in here and we say if IDs has, if we're checking 1, 2, and 3. So we get the key IDs, so this would map to, so we get a 2 here and this would map to 1. And then we would place, we pull up 1, we'd add it there. Oh, I guess it needs to make sure that we're not adding it twice. One sec, dog's barking. I'm back. Is Yulia back? Did not get shot 9 times in the back of the... What? Why would you write that? Why would you write something like that? No. He is alive. Let me think about this. So if I find a 1, I write it as a 1. If I find 2, I write it as a 1. It's also possible that... I guess as long as a key exists only one time. So I find a 2, I'm going to write it as a 1 and a 2. And then I'm done. I'm not going to hit that 2 again. Okay. I think it's, I'm thinking about like doubling positions. I don't think it's possible, right? Because yeah, I'm only seeing every position once, right? I'm seeing one position every a position once. Key IDs does not contain duplicates, right? Key IDs does not contain duplicates. It contains an ID exactly one time. So I'm seeing a position one time, and I'm seeing each ID one time. So there's no duplication. Okay. And then I need to verify that I think I did make populate chunk work. I just don't remember. So the first thing we do is we check if the... What? No. No. Populate chunk returns a an array of positions. Or it adds positions to chunks. That's all it does. It adds positions to chunks. And we consider all the 2s are just 1s, and they maybe also exist in 2. No, but that's fine. That just exists as extra data, so I can check for position. What is happening? Populate region. Oh, here's all the stuff. Okay. So what we do is we have a packed in32 array. I think I did already do this. We get the number that we're adding. If it's positive, then we have this. So you have I, and then first. These are, I like that, instance total. Plus equals count added. So yeah, we're basically doing the same thing I was already doing, except now we're also saving the ID. So then I run through the IDs and I do several loops to get it right. So ID totals we set to get add 1. So we get how many of each ID we have. And for each ID, I create a list that is this size, and I save the data. And then I go through here and do what? What is this? Oh, I'm just creating the array, right? I'm just creating the array. And then I iterate through each ID in the IDs, and I have a counter, and I'm setting that one's data to I. Yeah, color's I. We're setting index to grabbing the item index, and then we're incrementing it. And then we send that to the node. We just set the data. So for item placements, we get the data. Then it has the item. Then we're merging it. So we're adding this. If it doesn't, we can just set it. Okay. All right, so how would I know if this even works? I don't know. I guess one way that I can know if it works is by going to terrain and changing one of these to be just a totally different model. Or a different scene. A different scene. So let's change it to... I don't have anything for that. I guess I would just see here that all of these would have some value, some positive value. And then they should be pretty equally distributed in this area. And they should also not be intersecting. Alright, I'm just going to click populate. Okay, so we only added 0. Or 4. Interestingly. So that didn't work. So that either means the IDs is bugged. Okay, 1 second, dog is barking again. I'm back. Okay. So why... That would only make sense if the IDs just weren't randomized at all. It just did not randomize them. So I'll check that. Vary ID. If result is not equal to -1, return result, otherwise return ID. Vary ID. Okay. So we run through the IDs, we add up the max ticket value. Max ticket is 0, we return 1, -1. They're all positive. And then we do a random range for that. And that's correct. We take the ticket, we subtract the value of that ID. And then once ticket hits 0, that is the one we found. So then we return ID. So why did that not work? It can return a value. It should have worked if it was like a weird bug or something. It should have worked at least once. It didn't work at all. It did 4 every time, which is the default value. So why did that happen? So we're saving the random ID. Preparing it. Since I'm actually placing so few of these, I'm just going to print this out. I'm placing so few in this area, I can print it out. Okay, so I placed 4 20 times. Which is just super unlikely. So let's check the rand ID. It returned 4 every time. Okay. So those are definitely in there. Those are definitely in there. So vary ID is somehow returning -1. 0? Huh? IDs is empty. They're all mapping to 0. What? That's not 0. That's not 0. That's not 0. Are we stupid? That's not 0. Now it's 1. Now it's 1. Oh, okay. Nope, that didn't make any sense. No, that doesn't make any sense. Nope, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's happening there, but that makes me really mad. That makes me so mad to see that. Because that doesn't make any sense. Now there's 0. What is going on? What's going on? What's happening? What's happening? Okay, before I go totally insane, let me make sure that these are the only things printing, right? Those are the only things printing. Okay, that's the only thing printing. Print IDs. I'm actually about to lose it. How is that possible? Why? What? I clicked up and clicked down. I just straight up, I also reloaded the project. That makes me so mad. What? How does that make any sense? It doesn't. That's the secret. That was totally illogical nonsense. Well, they all placed. 6, 3, 4, 3, 4. I'm actually going to explode. How? How? How does that happen? I reloaded and it was still in the weird bug state where the value obviously says 1. When I load it, the inspector reads 1 and then my code reads 0. How does that make sense? It's cow data. Is cow data the worst thing they ever conceived? It is. It actually is. That's the secret. It is. They've made something that just doesn't work. That pisses me off so much. I'm getting so mad about that. I clicked the up arrow and I clicked the down arrow. I created it with a value of 1. I reloaded the whole project and it reread this. It read this again and said, yeah, that's a 1 in there. It's all printing 1. Somehow the output was reading a 0. All right. Pigs just flew. True was false. Straight up, true just became false. In the Godot dictionary. And that is very upsetting. So it was working. It was just, that's what I don't like. I don't like when for some reason in crazy land, my code prints out 0s, the inspector prints out 1s. They are reading the same data, supposedly, and they're getting different results. I clicked up and down. That's all I did. All right, let's do this. Let me delete all of these. Key of 4. Is that what happened? Because this wasn't, because this, I didn't touch this one. So it wrote it as some weird null value. And it just assumes that the default when it's null is 1. But when it prints out for me, it's 0. Yeah, it's their variant stuff. That's probably what it is, isn't it? This is going to be correct now. Let me print this out again. So I clicked up and down for 4. I didn't do it for 5, so I'm going to do it for this one and make this one 6. I'm not going to do it for 7. And then for 8, I'm going to click up and down and then put an 8. So they all say 1s right now, but I have a feeling when I'm going to print it, the only ones that are going to be 1 are 4, 6, and 8. 5 and 7 are going to be 0. So I want to see what the file is saved as to make that possible. Where the inspector loads up the file, says, yep, that's a 1. That value is 1. And then in the code, the real data is actually what? Null? 0? How does that work? What is it loading? Exactly as expected. 4 is 1, 5 is 0, 6 is 1, 7 is 0, 8 is 1. What does this data look like? What does it look like? What crazy world has it just invented for this setting? Wrong thing. Why is it saved as a binary resource? Are we crazy? Why is it saved as a binary resource? How did that happen? Is that part of it? Binary resource breaks it? They can't figure that one out? I clicked and then right clicked and that counted as a double click apparently? That's awesome. A left and a right click close enough together count as a double click. So just saved it as that one. And I didn't even do anything. Because what I wanted to do was I wanted to just delete the other one. Okay. So you've got that. I'm going to delete this one. And it's just not even there now. Text resource. Not that one. Okay, it's saved anyway. Save that one. Where is it? Where? And I also hate the file inspector. It doesn't update when files appear there. It really, for some reason, it doesn't update. And you can't force it to either. There's no F5, there's no refresh button. You have to reload the whole project. Where is it? Where is this saved? I saved it as the placeholder. And I bugged it. I had to mute for a minute there. Okay. I'm about done. I'm actually about done with that. This is making me way too mad. Honestly, man, at this point, I'm thinking that's it. I'm thinking this is the one and only game I ever make with Godot. I love Godot so much, but its lows are so low. They are upsetting how low they are. 4. So for the 5, I'm going to click up and down. 6. 7, I'm going to click up and down. And then 8, I'm not going to do it. And then I'm going to hit save. And I want to know what this looks like. First of all, I want to test that the printing still says that. Good, it does. So how is this saved? Let's go see. Let's go see what genius, the genius programming techniques of some of these Godot devs have conjured up to make this file, this dictionary, save a value that is 0 in my code and 1 in the inspector. It's just straight up 0. It's just straight up 0. And it displays as 1 in the inspector. Some of these people who worked on this engine, they need to have their computer privileges taken permanently. They should not be allowed to write another line of code ever. Who thought this was smart? That the inspector applies the limits to the display, masking the fact that your data is a different value. These are actually zeros. 4, 6, and 8 are literally 0, and they are displaying as a 1. How do I fix that? I know how I can avoid it. I can avoid that happening by making it so the setting allows 0 to be valid. I can make it so 0 is valid. And just hope that when plugging it in, you realize that. So now, those 1s are going to magically change to a 0. Look, they're 0 now. So it's this, right? The new value says 1. It's not actually 1. It's actually 0. And when I hit add, it adds the 0. So it doesn't even read the value from the slider when you plug in. It doesn't read that value somehow. Somehow it doesn't read that value. Or they have some insane formatting thing where 0 clamps up, but then when you read the value back out, it's still 0. So at the end of the day, this is a ridiculous UI bug. It's ridiculous. Probably only discovered because Godot does not have a single place, I think, where the limit is 1 and the default is not a positive value. I can't set a default. I can't. I don't have the ability to do that. I can set the range and that's it. I cannot set a default. If I could, that would fix it. I could say yes, the default should be, but even then, if I set the max, the smallest value you can have to be 10, and I say the default is -1 million, it should show either -1 million and add -1 million, or show 10 and add 10. It shows 1, adds 0, and it still shows 1 here. It's these things. It's like, oh wow, yeah, that's a crazy bug. Yeah, how did you manage to do that? Why do you have a number displaying differently than the data that it is? Why would you do that? I think you have to deliberately write some code and instantly notice in your head, oh wait a second, I've just made it so the value I'm displaying is different from the value that's stored. That's bad. I should either change the stored value to match what's displayed or change the display to match what's stored. I mean, that's literally like data UI day 0. Second 0. You shouldn't have to think about that. That should be just innate to you. You should go into UI work and think, I should show what the value is. Not, I'm going to show a different value than what the value is. And mask that. Not in one place, but 2 places. I literally don't know how you manage that. I do know how you manage that. You're just stupid. You just have to be stupid. A, you don't care. 2, you're stupid. A, you don't care. 2, both at the same time. They're both true. 1, you don't care. A, you're also dumb. Okay. I've cracked the code. I figured it out. Are these now 1s? Hey, look, they're 1s, which is what I typed in and what was visible. I said I didn't technically type in 1. It was already 1, so I just left it as 1. All right. Clear. Populate. And I should see roughly equal amounts. Yeah, so 6, 3, 4, 3, 4. Roughly equal amounts. All right. Now, let me go through and delete all of these ones. And if I, can find them, because I have to get lucky that I find them too. Strength 100. There's one. There's another. More. I think there's 2 more. There's only 1 more. Okay, so now there's 0. I guess I could have looked at that. So if I click populate, I will get 6 of those back and the rest of those stay. In the same place. 6 returned, and they're back in the same spot. So I'm going to check Cottonwood 3. So let's get rid of all the Cottonwood 3s. All 3 of them. 1. 2, 3, there were 4 of them. And then if I click here and click populate, we'll get 4 back in the same spot. There's 4 and in the same spot. Cool. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to place one there. That's probably not close enough. Place one that... Just put it where I'm clicking. Place one there. So this is, I think, should definitely be too close for this one to spawn in. So then I can get rid of this one. On with 3. And then I'll click populate, and I should not see that one reappear. It'll be too close to that one. It didn't reappear. Cool. And if I were to then get rid of it, it should come back. There it is. Awesome. So it's getting that right. Though I guess maybe I should actually be testing 5. Let's just put one right there. So it should interfere with that one. So if I click populate, it won't come back. It did not come back. And then if I were to then delete this one, it will come back. Nice. Okay. Very good. Density, let's change it to 4. I could have just literally clicked populate. But that probably would have changed it. I don't know. Would it? Alright. 10, 8, 6, 8, 10. Pretty good. Let's go for more than that. 5. Let's go for really dense 7. There's just this like empty area here, which is a bit odd. What is this? I'm gonna click clear, randomize, populate. Okay, it went away. Good. It was just random noise. Alright, so I got a bunch of these trees now. And then I can do save it as a text resource so I can actually read it. And the correct name. Start with this. Okay. Here we go. The IDs start at 9. So we're going to have 9. I wish it would maintain the values that I had plugged in. 10, 11, 12. Okay. Okay. And then I should be able to click clear. And they don't have a minimum distance from each other. Also, why is that doing that? That's odd. That's a really weird bug. Why is that happening? Oh, is that LOD 0? No, what is that? It just thinks I can't see this one or something. What's wrong with the Aspen? Is there something with... No? Nothing about that. Oh, I bet it's one of the types that spawned that has an incorrect LOD stuff. Yeah, one of these must have just LODs that I didn't set up. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, just missed one of them. I just straight up didn't even set this one up. Okay. Glad I caught that. That would have been sad to leave in for a long time and then discover that sometimes this tree just doesn't have collision, like post-release. So it does look like it's heavily favoring the front, or is that just random chance? Because these are all neck and neck, and this one's 10 ahead of all the rest of them. Alright, I think I have to do some tests to find out what's up with that. Why it seems to be favoring that one. Now to think about it, nah. Actually, no, I probably should. Early noise for density variations. So in some areas, you're just going to find a lot more. Because right now, it's kind of density by area, but it's really a 16 by 16 zone that determines the density. It'll pick a random, it'll pick a density, so it can have less in an area. And by an area, that's just a 16 by 16 chunk. But that's white noise. You're not going to see, like, a cluster of, like, 10 chunks that all have a really high density, and then it's really low density outside of that. I could do density sorting. So I pick densities for each of the ones I'm going to place, and then I sort by highest. So the highest density ones get to place first in each of their chunks. And then in a low density area, we try to place the ones that have a higher density. And then I guess tuning it correctly so that on thresholds, they don't look, it's not like you just have a chunk with 5 trees and then 1, and the next chunk is 1 and then 5. That seems like a good idea, though. I should definitely do that. Just for density. But I'm going to check this. I'm going to hit randomize on that. Clear, populate. Okay, so it was just luck. It was just luck that that one had 10 more than all the rest of them. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. There's no rotation variation, so I guess I should probably plug those in. And then it would make sense then to have, okay, well, then it would make sense to have, What am I thinking of? To have one of these contain the other one, even though I know that by the ordering here, that's how it places. But I think it makes more sense if the order that it's placed in is actually by density. I was just thinking about how it's placed, where the way that I select might be a little bit flawed. Negative 0.15, high 0.05. That's just going to be my go-to for these. Where maybe what I do is I have a density. I pick the max density, and then I use a random. So I have a chunk. I add up all the densities, and then I place that many points. But of course, you know, going through each point randomly and saying, is it too close to something else? Yes, no. That I can't do, right? Okay. So I think what I do is I add up all the densities. I place that many points. But ordered, so I have the narrow leaf is high density, it places 10 points. The aspen is low density, it places 5 points. So I have 10 for the narrow leaf, 5 for the aspen. And then I say, okay, now I shuffle these points. So I go, I guess like a ticketing system, right? So I have all of them together and I pick one at random. And then so it'll still be density based, so it's most likely that I'm going to end up picking the narrow leaf first. And then eventually it goes to 50-50. And then from there it's, you know, it's 50-50 or whatever. So I'll still end up placing more narrow leaf than aspen, but then every time I pick one of those random points, then I ask, is it too close to something else I've already placed? And I know which ones are the points. Well, I know which ones I've placed. I think that's probably great. So for each chunk, I place points for all of them at once, and then I randomly select from those points. Of course, using a seed value or whatever. Or I just shuffle the list and then I go through the list. Whoa. So then I can still use Perlin noise for large-scale density variations. So a group of like 4 chunks is going to have a high aspen density. So they're going to place a lot more aspens. But overall, the general density is still whatever I've plugged in. And it also kind of guarantees that I'm usually going to end up getting... Not really guarantees it. It's gonna make it possible that even in a high density aspen, I'm still going to get narrow leaf. Because eventually there'll be like, if I'm placing all the aspens, which I could place all the aspens, some of them will fail. If the point fails, I just skip it, right? But the first thing I'm going to do is going to be really likely that I'm going to place an aspen first or a couple aspens first, and then it's going to be 50-50 of placing the next ones, or picking the next ones. Then those depend on the ones I've already placed. So There's also a chance that the first one I pick is the Neuraleaf. So I place a Neuraleaf, and then Aspens really want to spawn there, but only a couple of them will spawn or something. Alright, yeah, I think that's gotta be it. I gotta remember that. Spin counterclockwise. I think I just type in 180 on all of these. Because I don't want a preference for that. A low. I guess a 1 and a 1. Yeah, 180, 1 and 1. Scale, 0.05 on the low, 0.1 on the high. This one can have more variation because these are already kind of small. Maybe they shouldn't have that much variation. No, they probably should. I mean, I can always figure it out. I can always refine it later. I'm just going to plug in some initial values. Which one was I editing then? I was editing this one. Okay. Scale on the low. I don't know, I'll go 8. And I think on the high, probably be a lot larger. Okay. I'm good with those. It needs a minimum distance from itself. Somehow it doesn't have that yet. Which I actually don't understand how it doesn't have that yet. And then from 4, say 3. And then it would kind of, it'll create this kind of imbalanced thing where if I'm picking an Aspen, it has to be 3 meters away from a different type, but it can be closer to its own type. If I'm picking the Narrowleaf, I guess kind of the same deal. It needs to be pretty far from the other one, or further from the other one than that one can be to it. So see, this one's 9 and 2.5. This one's 9 and 3. Yeah. Okay. And from itself, 4. Yeah, 4 seems about right. Maybe 4.2. Maybe a little bit further from itself. I feel like this one could actually go pretty... This one could get pretty tilted. Scale. I'll go a little bit nuts. Clear, populate. And I'm basically not getting any aspen trees to spawn. Am I seeing this right? Yeah, they still keep the white texture. Okay. I think it might just be that the density is already really low. But definitely this idea that I have for the density change is probably a pretty good idea. These can definitely get really dense, so I'm going to say 10. And between itself, yeah, I'll say like 2.2. Alright. Also, I just realized that might be intersecting the head. You might be able to put your face through the leaves. Okay, and then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I think I'm actually just going to drag this out. Yeah, let me just edit this and drag this out. I don't think it should be so far from the borders. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why it would need to be so far. Whoops. Just alt click. Nice. You know what? I think I want the aspens to have a more extreme scale change. Awesome. All right. Player needs to be here. I'll put player. Yeah, I'll put player here. Okay. I just have some random trees here. This is no longer the task. I am investigating call it AE. Why not? Alright. Yeah, I can put my head inside the trees. There's a big gap here. Very big gap here. This feels like really stuttery. Like I'm not getting a smooth frame rate. I think I'm definitely not getting a smooth frame rate. But it's really high. How could that be possible? It feels like it's not smooth. Like it's a lie. Like 100 FPS is a lie to me. Or like frame drops are happening. Interesting. All right. There's that. Okay. I have trees put in for this test. I think I probably need to start lowering brightness here. Let's getting dark. All right. I have trees here. And I guess I can also check this. Yeah, these are pretty balanced. Nice. Okay. I don't know why I keep checking it as if it's going to break. If it works like 2 times, then it's probably going to continue working. What did I just do? How did I just drag lake water up there? That actually doesn't make any sense. Lake water's down here. I was clicking this. How did that happen? Explain that one. You can't, because it doesn't make sense. How did that happen? All right. All the colliders are loading too. Awesome. I think colliders might be loading a little far. Well, I mean, I say a little far. Not really. That's fine. Okay. So I have to go into actual shader code here to turn off the eye adaptation. So this is an auto exposure. Well, actually, I can leave the auto exposure. I can just turn it off. Because the auto exposure just reads the value and then it interpolates this. Right? Yeah. Light time, dark time. Right. And then tone map will use that to do it. Night sensitivity. Night luminance. Okay. So color is mixing the current color to night color using the night curve, which is a curve of this. Okay. So apply exposure before blending night vision. That way it has the correct luminance. Okay, so really what I do is I just can comment this line out. So we're just applying exposure. Times exposure, or 1 if exposure is infinite. Okay. Yeah, so just commenting that line out should do it. That was weird. Seemed like something just got dimmer on my thermometer. I don't know why. Okay. So if I do that, I believe I'm going to have to reload project for that shader change to work. So then auto exposure should be, or eye adaptation should be turned off at this point. If I click here, it's going to be in here. Auto exposure effect. Dark time, exposure time when exposing below a certain value. Below what value? Light curve. What's my auto exposure? What? Wait, what's my auto exposure value? What's my rate? And why are these 2 different values? Why do they both have... What's happening? What? What have I done? What? What have I done? Why do these both have that when they should not have that? Oh. I know. I know. This is something that I added. I can actually read this value. That's what's happening here. The exposure values here are actually available for me to modify. Read, I should say. So if I just drop it tonight, I'll do this time. Alright, so this might be too bright. I mean, it's not so bad, but it might be too bright at this point. Okay. Alright. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off night vision completely. Or, yeah. I'm gonna turn off auto exposure. And off. All right, I'm gonna let it balance for daytime. Turn it on. Okay, very quick. And then turn it off. And now I'm gonna go to night. And okay, so like 6:30, sky is black, right? Okay. 1 second. All right. I gotta take the dog out. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right. Also, I should probably turn off gizmos completely. Interesting. 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 It's all turned off already. So why are they visible on my screen? Can we explain that? How these things are visible on my screen right now when I have them all turned off? Interesting. Okay, so I have to move the player away, or I don't know, hide the player or something. I can turn off dynamic collision. Distance collision. What if I made it 0? Okay. Move the player away. All right, player's gone. Okay. So now I just got what I can see here. So how will I test this out? I guess what I can do, I think sensitivity defines how low it can go. What defines how low it can go? Min luminance. So min luminance is provided to me. Min luminance is provided to me. There it is. Min luminance is provided to me. I think this is a case where they're technically in here, but they hide. So I'm afraid to turn this on, but I'm going to turn it on. Yeah, so here's the min value. Okay. So I turn this up until it's at a spot that I like. This is also technically in a full moon. Why is it taking so long? Speed. I don't understand. Okay. But as I bring this up, it's clamping it. So 6 is already, I think, a pretty good value. I'm looking at the white. I'm paying attention to the white. What the white looks like. Okay, so it might be like -4 is the highest it can go. Maybe even -3. So I'm gonna turn up my own screen brightness so I can see. -3. Let me go over here. Okay, just the sky radiance is really high right now. Okay, let me go to midnight then. Or I guess later. And now I cannot see a single thing. Bring this down. So I was thinking -4 for a second there. Let me bring it down further. Okay. When can I see the moonlight? Is the ultimate question. Will I ever be able to see the moonlight? Alright, so I've got moonlight shadows now. Right. So this is probably where I need to just fake. Unfortunately, I have to fake light values. I'm gonna have to make the moonlight very bright. Because although in reality, I'd be able to see these shadows on the ground, no issue with night vision. The sky is too bright. These pixel values are so small that they are aliasing, right? They're aliasing. But I do remember saying that I could see I could tell the edge of the sky was like a brighter color, right? Just from moonlight. And maybe this is another thing, just with the sky shader, where I don't know. Maybe it's even just that my moon brightness is too low. I'm not making the moon as bright as it should be. .5. So at what point can I see... Whoa, stop. And the exposure just went crazy because of that. Okay. At what point... Okay, first of all, I need to make these locked so I can't. I don't see the gizmos for the transforms. When does it get bright enough? Five lux does it. Though this is a crazy color to see. I guess that actually makes sense, right? That this is the correct like temperature. Makes everything pretty yellow. Or maybe I just like don't... Maybe all the numbers that I've been seeing are just wrong too. It's also possible. Right, like the sun is 100,000 lux and the moon is 5. Yeah, that is pretty dark. That's still pretty dark. I mean, I think I'm just over it, honestly. I think I'm actually over trying to make the light super realistic. As long as I can see the flashlight at -8, I'll be happy. That's all that really matters. And the moonlight. So I just need to set the moonlight to the brightest value it can be. This is how it works. And then energy. Energy is modulated. I guess energy is actually at 0.3 right now. So I could set energy to 1 and see what that would look like on a full moon. So this is full moonlight. I could actually go to 2. 2 is still acceptable, I think. Three is pretty dang bright, I would say. Oh, I should be looking at that. Yeah. So 2, That's actually pretty good. Maybe I could go with 0.5. $1.5. I'll see 2. And then the current phase of the moon needs to be fixed. Just move the time. I think it will fix the energy. Yeah, I don't think it fixed the energy. It did not. Editor real time. Okay, so the energy is not being fixed. Why is it not being fixed? The energy is supposed to reset to like 0.3 or something. It should be. Is it broken right now? Maybe it is. I believe it's set here. This is getting the color of the sun, I think. Or the color of the light from the sun. Tick skylights. Local hour. If sun light energy times light intensity is less than sun low light level, light energy set target delta. Oh, it probably is this, isn't it? This is weird, what? Whoa. Total flashbang. Then nighttime. Alright, cool, there we go. Energy's coming up. Alright, so the energy will tick up to its appropriate level. That's right. Over time. So the shadows will fade in correctly. And then it's going to stop. Yeah, so it stops at 346. Okay. All right. So current auto exposure level. It's super dark. I cannot see a thing. Yeah, I mean, this might be a -8. So then I just turn this off, but it's still technically saved there. And then yeah, the fact that these settings are here, something is wrong, right? Okay, turn on my auto exposure. What do we got? It shouldn't really get any brighter than it is right now. I think I'll be able to see the skylight, maybe? Okay, I can see skylight here. Alright, but we're not like going to some crazy exposure. Good. And then those still have really ridiculous colors. They're being illuminated. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that makes sense. I don't know. I feel like it doesn't make much sense. How much light they're receiving here. right. Let me start here with the player. Bring the player back onto land. And I'm going to run the game with the current settings and see how it looks. So right now my flashlight is quite ineffective. Yeah, just thing that I really need is the flashlight needs to be effective. And then I guess I probably need a better something for the ground, right? The ground is like really dark. I guess like foliage, just like some vegetation on the ground would make it look a little bit brighter. The real issue I have right now is my flashlight. The auto exposure needs to be low enough for this flashlight to do something. Or I can just make the flashlight more powerful. That's probably what I will have to do. Is just make the flashlight more powerful. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean... At this point, the flashlight's just useless. It's totally useless. Okay. The thing is, the flashlight, I think, is already at a really high value. I think it's already at a insane... This is like the brightest flashlight you could get. It's super bright. Let me start with it on. So I can see from the player. Also, I'm going to turn off this debug thing, perhaps, if I can do that. 28,000 errors? No. What the hell? I think I have a line of code running that shouldn't be running from tone map. I left something there that probably shouldn't be running. Okay, what's changed in this file? I need to figure out what's changed and unchange it. Nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing has changed. I do... No, I don't. That's commented out. Yeah, why am I getting errors? From tone map. How? How am I getting errors from tone map? Yeah, why am I getting errors? Texture binding 1.0 is not a valid... Like, what are you talking about? What are we talking about? Nothing has changed here. Nothing's changed. Reload project. And then I'm going to hit run, and if it still happens, I don't know. I give up. What are you talking about? Nothing. What do you mean? What do you mean? Binding 1.0 is not valid. I haven't done anything. I have some code here, but it's commented out. I haven't done anything. RID is known as returning is true. Returning RID. Screen texture? No, it says binding 1, which is this one. Is the global thing not running? It's there. I haven't changed anything. What do you mean? This can't just be broken when I have literally not changed anything. What's changed? Compositor effect enabled false. What? Is that what it is? Was auto exposure not running the whole time? Why? Why did that not save? Okay. Does that explain why I couldn't see anything in the auto exposure? It just literally wasn't working. No. You know, I was thinking it just wasn't doing. Honestly, I was kind of thinking it wasn't even doing anything. Gonna be honest, I feel like I kind of thought it wasn't doing anything. So I haven't cranked up the flashlight yet. Alright, it's doing auto exposure. Cool. Just gonna let the time pass for it to get dark. Yeah, I can already see the flashlight better than I could before, so that's a good sign. I was gonna say, like, don't make me crank the flashlight up. Awesome. This looks really cool. That looks really cool. I really like how that looks. Maybe that mountain should be higher though. Like halfway up from here. And it's getting dark very quickly. Can I see the grass? Why is the grass so blue? Why is the grass so blue? No. What? What? What's going on? That's way too low. That is so low. It just cranked it really, really low. Min exposure. Camera attributes. Is it the player camera attributes? I mean, I guess it would be, right? It doesn't have attributes set. So what's going on? What's happening? Okay, I need a checkbox here for auto exposure. I just straight up need a checkbox there for auto exposure. All right. Actually, I'm gonna leave it for tomorrow. I think I'm on track to solving this problem finally and making night look good. It's unfortunately a thing where this stuff is applying on top of mine, and I can't change these settings and turn it off, right? There's like extra stuff happening that's doing it. So I think what I'm gonna do is, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put attributes onto the player camera and make it so these settings appear no matter what, but I can turn off auto exposure so I can see them. Leave it, John. Yep. And then I'm gonna make it so that auto exposure is just here, but then have another toggle here so that the tone map doesn't use the auto exposure value. Right. Okay. Anyway, that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow, maybe will just be really quick. Maybe if we're lucky, it's not going to be the whole day where I'm doing auto exposure and eye adaptation. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully it's like 1 to 2 hours. Because like a lot of the heavy work is already done. Now I'm just like finally putting in real values that work. All right. Anyway, thanks for watching. That's it for today. Goodbye.